That was a nice rest. Woo. In our present state, Zero is usually prey for the voids. It must be on our guard. Zero hasn't so much as started such power she must have expended. Oh yeah, ooh, a couple of slicing down easy prey while I'm fighting the big boss. Yeah. I guess ... Although slow as nearly imperceptible, Zero's chest rises and falls in steady rhythm. Though Zero remains unconscious, she appears otherwise fine. Insofar as I can discern, at any rate, being pot voids, her physiology may be rather different from ours. Let's observe her for a while as we discuss our next move. How long do you suppose she will remain this way? I don't know. No doctor. I haven't the faintest inkling, nor can I say whether the aids that we can afford to share will be enough to awaken her. It would be best to take her back with us to the source. There she would be guaranteed all she requires. And so much ether. Wait, can't she come back with us? Zero cannot give her consent, but you will see we have no choice. The alternative would be to leave her here defenseless. Should she later desire it, we can bring her home. Nod. Nirin, may I ask that you hold on to Fabricia's memoria? It may yet serve a purpose. Halt, criminal scum! Oh, what happened to her? Your business with Zero. We have a newcomer, former minion of Fabricia. Let her know when she wakes, will you? Barbaricia's minion. Why not go find this newcomer, so we may have something to tell Zero, nothing else. Indeed. May I trouble you to join me near it? With luck we may learn something of Goldbez. Yeah, and if not, we'll scare the bastard. Oh, is it someone's birthday? Oh, it's Miana's birthday. This appears to be the newcomer. You there! I challenge you to a staring contest, but first you lose. I win, always. You're the one who failed Barbaricia. I won't make trouble. I'll obey, so please let me stay. If you would obey, then tell us all you know of Goldbez. There isn't much I can tell. Only the Archfiends are allowed into his domain, wherever it is. None but they know. I see. No better way to guard oneself than keeping one's location secret. How does Goldbez communicate with his missions afield? Minions afield. Blah. He has these receptors, staves, whatever they are. He uses them to talk to those far away. Not unlike Link Bros, at least in function. That'll be all. Thank you for your cooperation. My thanks to you as well for affording me the time. I am satisfied, so let us join the others and head home. I'm watching you. Always watching. And blinking. I trust you understand that once we leave the 13th, we will not return until we are prepared to resume our search. Knowing this, I eagerly do depart. You will not be able to freely return. Oh. Boo. Oh, boo. I guess this is it, aside from the dungeon and the trial. We'll be back. Alright, let's go. I still have other stuff to do. Back to Troya then, and then... Back to Troya, then, and thence home. Nod. Standing in your carrying duty. Meanwhile...
Ah, you're all safe. Thank the sisters.
Okay. You can look all... Lurk. Lurk. All you like. You know, just say hi when you show up. Lets me know you're here.
A moment
Also,
while I
you
close the gate.
for stopping by.
There. We may rest easy for now. Was there any trouble? I expect some void scent slipped through.
A few did, aye. But we were ready and dealt with them without incident.
That is well. I cannot thank you enough for your vigilance.
Yes, you're grateful. But aren't you forgetting something more important? You know, the polite but warm formalities one delights in hearing when their little brother returns from a long journey.
Indeed, you are right. It is good to be home again, among those who I love dearly and missed so much.
And we are glad to receive you, Varshan. Welcome home.
Chambers have been prepared for your use at Megaduta. Let us take Zero there at once.
Must, Indian accent, Indian accent, Indian accent. God, it's so easier with Varshan. Master of Safaris, we have been expecting you. If you would follow me, I will show you the guest chambers. Yes.
Our mission took many an unexpected turn. I am relieved that we have all returned safely. But before you all enjoy the rest you have earned 12 times over, I would consult you on one last matter.
Zero.
While she appears none the worse for wear, she remains locked in slumber, and I cannot help but worry. Is there aught we can do to expedite her recovery? If her ether is exhausted, perhaps I can share some of mine now.
In the wastelands of the 13th, one can only replenish ether by taking it from others, be it by trade or by force. In contrast, the source is rich in ambient ether. Simply being here and drawing breath, Zero will absorb what she needs.
Then we need but wait?
I believe so. She will awaken in time, and when she does, give her something to eat. Judging by her form, she should also be able to derive nourishment from food. I know you promised her your ether, but perhaps she might appreciate fine Harnish cuisine more.
Food can certainly be arranged.
She looks like any other person. Unsurprising, perhaps, given that she is only part void sent.
Zero said before that Xenos had altered her essence. A change wrought, I suspect, with the power of darkness. It acted upon the part of her that is void-sent, rendering it dominant. Thus we were able to reverse it with the power of light. I labor to believe that Xenos possessed such arcane knowledge. In all likelihood, it came from Thandaniel. Were Zero wholly void-sent, I doubt the crystal would have had an effect on her. One might say that Hydaelyn had a hand in your meeting.
Perhaps. Probably.
'Tis no exaggeration to say that Zero has proven herself invaluable. A boon from Hydaelyn herself. Her cooperation may come at a price, but whatever it is, I am willing to pay it. Exhausting though it may be at times.
Is that it for main? Nope, not it for main scenario. My chamber is much the same as this one. Too opulent for my taste, but at least it has space to train. So what do? Do you just jump around the room? She seems to be faring better here. Praise be to the sisters. Ishtona. If I may excuse myself, I wish to pay a visit to the High Crucible. While the scales functioned admirably, it would be prudent to have them inspected for signs of degradation. By all means, I shall do the same for this vessel. And I'll go and meet with the soldiers, share with them what I learned fighting Voidson in the 13th. What of you, my friend? Have you any immediate plans? Oh, nothing in particular. In that case, might I trouble you with a small task? I wish to have food ready for Zero when she awakens, you see. Would you be willing to go to Merid's Mehan and ask for suitable refreshments? Yeah, sure, whatever. Excellent. In the meantime, the Adana shall watch over Zero. She is already en route. Let us each tend to our respective businesses and reconvene anon. Anon. Blech. Alright, I can just teleport there. What on God's green earth is that? Is that the armor? Oh. Purgatory cure spending. Try on. It is the armor! I gotta get the raid done. I want that cool armor. Oh, no, I don't want to do housing. I gotta talk to someone in my FC real quick. Unit, there she is. Welcome, right, girl. Whatever. Welcome to Marid's Mahan. Please make yourself comfortable. Actually, I'm here to pick up the goods. What? I guess the satrap has collapsed from hunger? Of course I'd be happy to help. You only need to tell me what you desire. A modest quantity of a living mortal's aether should suffice. I'm afraid we don't serve that particular delicacy. If I may, I recommended something gentle on the stomach like these apples here. They just come in, I can guarantee their freshness. Afterwards, once your guests feel better, she's welcome to sample whatever else we can provide. Just let me know. Very well. I shall bring the apples. You there, sir? Let me in. I'm gonna have to get water soon.
Light. Is this an inn? What happened? How did I get here?
She looks better without her hat on.
There's no time. I must rejoin the battle. I must...
Oh, you're awake! Wonderful!
this? Some sort of fiend? A fiend? Where is it? Where?
But this is no time for jokes. You're in the source, my dear. The world next door, so to speak. The others brought you here after you collapsed. I'll fetch them at once. Wait, just a moment.
Awkward silence. Yo, eat these baller ass apples.
I took the liberty of arranging refreshments. I hope you find them as flavorful as they are invigorating.
This isn't what you promised. But I suppose ether is ether.
I mean, you could try taking a bite out of it. Oh, she shriveled it.
Wait. Don't tell me you don't know how to eat?
I took what I needed from it. What's the problem?
Where's the enjoyment in that? You're supposed to bite, to chew, to savor, and then swallow.
Don't tell me. Okay, she didn't grab the shriveled one.
That's the way. So, did it taste good?
I don't know.
The long years without eating may have dulled your sense of taste.
Well, we void scent have no need for such when consuming others. There are some who speak of taste when describing the quality and affinity of their prey's ether. But I loathe the act. Taking ether in small amounts like this is one thing. But diluting my essence, diminishing myself, I'd sooner die. And I have died, countless times.
You have? But what happens when you do?
Not much. After a while, you return, together with all your expended life force.
What happens if she dies here? Does she just go to the ethereal sea, or does she go back to the 13th?
The important thing is to die where others won't devour you.
Amazing! My peers who study immortality and resurrection would be most interested in this phenomenon.
And the Stadium's like, what? What the hell is that? Oh. Sorry, I'm using my phone to look at my chat. The question of taste
aside, I am glad that you are able to partake of food like us. I dare say it agrees with your personal preferences.
So everything's a little small.
That's true. You can keep giving me the same on a regular basis.
Very well. As my guest, I shall see that you do not want for comfort. And one other thing. We brought you to our world without your consent, and for that, I apologize. If you wish it, we will return you to yours once you have regained your strength.
It's fine. I have no reason to go back. Except for yours, perhaps. You intend to cross over again, I take it.
I do. I have yet to find my sister. I want nothing more than to rush to her aid, to find this Golbez and free her from his clutches, if he still holds her captive.
Though if our recent experience has taught us anything, 'tis that the 13th is more dangerous than we ever imagined. Caution must be our watchword.
Indeed.
Better late than never. In the short time you spent in our world, you left a trail of chaos in your wake.
A woo?
You managed to return in one piece this time. But don't assume you'll be so lucky the next.
Rest assured, we will make no assumptions and spare no preparation. Speaking of which, while we rest and ready ourselves, I ask that you tell me more about your home. In return, I will tell you about ours. I will show you my domain, Radzet Han.
Again, a stranger in this strange land. I have a condition. You must come too.
Yeah, sure, why not?
You have my thanks.
I kinda wanna do the trial fight again, because it was cool. It was my pleasure to show you the city when you first arrived. I shall enjoy doing the same for Zero. The world is brimming with ether. I feel invigorated just standing here in the breeze. Glad I am to hear that. So, is there any place in particular you wish to see? Perhaps where that food came from. Apple, was it? Well, I don't expect I'll collapse again. It would be good to know where I can procure more if necessary. Merids Mahan, it is then. I shall introduce you to the head waitress. Mehil. Mehlil. God, these names still tie my tongue. Alright, let's go, guys. Quick look to see if there's any talking spots. There is one. Unfortunately, I have to walk the whole way there because if I try and teleport, they'll disconnect from me. Oh yeah, there isn't a market board here. I'll have to do that later. Gotta check for something. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Talk to Marshawn first. We could attempt to enter the Zero to murder itself, but to me it is more likely to be available. This is the place. The air is different here. I speak not of the heat. There's a texture to it, a fullness, unlike that of elsewhere. You smell the cooking, I believe. Irish cuisine is quite fragrant and delicious. I hope you will agree. Espace. Welcome to Mariette Mahan. Greetings, gotta hate her name. Malil. May I introduce you to Zira? She is an esteemed guest, and I ask that you see to her meals during your stay. Ah, yes, Mariette, tell me all. Please come to us whenever you're hungry. We'll look after you. Those here that need and attain the apple. While the palace cooks can prepare whatever you desire, it is certainly a quick and convenient food. I'll remember it. Who are the ones there moving with their bodies about? Is it some sort of ritual related to eating? The dancers, they move their bodies to bring pleasure to those who are watching. This is a form of entertainment, part of our culture. How needlessly complicated. We voids and prefer simpler pleasures. That may be the way of it now, but your world too must have had such complicated diversions once. I don't remember. Well, let us move on. Suppose we visit Balshan's Bazaar, where the goods the world over may be found. At least it's not far. This side. What are all these things for? What do you do here? This is the marketplace where people buy and sell goods. Since its earliest days, Razat Han has served as a trading hub, and here you'll find not only local products, but wares from distant lands. I should mention that the vendors generally only accept payment in coin or tomestones. If there is aught you desire, I shall take care of it. So that's what the tomestones are for. Voidson returned with them on occasion, but I never knew their purpose. Did Voidson get paid in tomestones, or did they take those? I never knew their purpose. They struck me as useless trinkets, and I couldn't understand your obsession with them. Neither can I. On that subject, there appears to be no shops in the 13th. Do you never make bargains in which possessions are exchanged? We do, but rarely. We strike bargains when we want something done. If we desire an object, we kill whoever has it. I see. Your bargains may be likened to employment, I believe. I shall bear this in mind. With that, let us continue on. I propose we head to the High Crucible of Alchemia. It's a play on the word alchemist, because that's what this place is famous for. Ooh, it's a friend of mine. I shall run circles around her. And away I go. Why, Master Vitra, how may we serve you this day? You are here for your vessel. I'm afraid we are still tending to it. No, there is no rush. Pray, take as much time as you require. Know that I have complete faith in your work. The High Crucible should probably rotate the camera to include him. There we go. The High Crucible is home to the finest alchemists. They are the ones who created my bodies and provide you with healing as well. Now that I think on it, you weren't at all surprised when I changed forms. Were you aware of my nature from the start, that I was a soul occupying a vessel not my own? It is hardly uncommon in our world, when given the chance, many shed their bodies to claim stronger ones. Oh, you must be the rumored guest? We were most eager to meet you. If you have a moment, would you care to stay for something? Sisters know we love to hear your tales. No, I've had enough food for now, and I can always obtain more without the need for inane chatter. Now, no need to decline. Alright, I dare say you are tired, so let us save it for another time when we return to Megaduta. If aught catches your eye en route, do not hesitate to say so. Is everything gonna catch your eye en route? Yes. Ooh, cutscene. But do they speak or do I have to speak? I think I'm gonna have to speak. Some sort of fruit. Pitiful things, though. I'd imagine you need to eat a lot to derive any satisfaction. These are mulberry trees. While the fruits are indeed edible, more important are the leaves, which we feed to the silkworms. Without the creatures, we wouldn't have the silk to make our famous stuff Danarian weave. Furthermore, the bark of the tree also possesses medicinal properties. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more useful plant. Is that so? Aside from food, I wouldn't have considered any other purpose for it. Oh, Master Vitra and Niren too. Children. Oh, hey, I remember you. If it isn't young Mera, then that must be her sister Yashra. Is all well at the orphanage? Yes, Your Excellency, the other children are very nice, and we all look out for one another. Oh god, too many voices. Just the other day, Estinian came to see us. Everyone was really excited. Truly, Estinian paid you a visit. Yeah, Estinian knows what it's like to be an orphan. That as well. Is she a new friend? Friend, you know what that is? What? You mean you don't? She's a visitor from a faraway land, you see, and still unfamiliar with our language. Then we'll teach you. A friend is someone you like to play with. I love it when she does that. That's her tell that she's hiding something. Probably her emotions or her confusion. Like, Baka. A tsundere, that's the word. Zeno seemed to be enjoying himself when he fought you. Is that the same thing? More or less, yeah. We had a thing going. I see, but is having someone to play with so fulfilling? I still do not understand why. Heck. Heck indeed. No, it's fine. If you have any questions to ask, I'm available to answer them. Why he traversed... almost gave her a Thamnarian accent. Why he traversed the great expanse. Why he risked life and limb for you. Well, he did it for the fight of his life. But I waste energy dwelling on such things. I am not Xenos. I stand to gain nothing by knowing his heart. No, it's fine, Brooke. Don't push yourself. I mean, oof. I'm sorry I couldn't explain it well. There's no need to apologize. The fault is not yours, but mine for failing to make sense of your words. The sun's starting to set. I know, I just don't like calling someone's real name on Twitch. I mean, even my friends that I play online with know my real name, but everyone just calls me Nero. Well, we had better get back to our errand. Goodbye, it was nice meeting you. Oh, sun's setting. Through Xenos, I thought I understood the ways of your world. But the more I learn of it, the more I realize how little I actually know. It's all so strange, your behavior and your reasons. I find myself baffled at every turn. But the feeling is not unwelcome. I'm learning bit by bit. It was the right decision to join you. Oh, now we're at the end. Buried memory. The name of the patch. I believe Zero's time here has been rewarding, and 'twas no small part due to your company. I almost said many things, but my thanks for agreeing to join us. Come, let us return to the Megaduta. At least I can teleport there now.
So, what are your impressions of Radzatan?
There's a lot of mortals.
Considering your origin, I can see why that might be your first observation. Though they would call each other people, I think. If you wish to know about our fair city, I should be glad to place a guide at your disposal.
No need. I'll show myself around. There's only so much about my home I can share with you in return, after all. While I remember some few tales of the past, I cannot speak to their authenticity. But if that is enough, then I will tell you of the events that saw darkness engulf our world. The Contra Memoria.
There might be more who can actually tell us about that stuff. There's still Unakale and Scylla, who are on the first currently. They might be able to give more insight to the history. I mean, they were kind of there when it happened.
We are all ears. Please.
No, I'm all ears, because I'm a bunny.
Long ago, light filled the world, and all was at peace. But then the servants of darkness came, and they bequeathed a black art unto men. Channeling the power of hope and prayer, one could call forth fearsome beings known as eidolons.
Or icons, or primals, or summons. Different names, same
The Ascians.
purpose.
And these eidolons are surely primals.
Then you have faced the same, and understand that when an eidolon is birthed, strife follows. And in such strife, the weak are the first to suffer. When it seemed the world would be plunged into chaos, heroes appeared. They who were blessed with a singular power. The power to bind the ether of eidolons within crystals known as memoria. My mother was one such memoriate. But in fighting to save many, she herself was touched by darkness. As was I.
And so you were born part void sent, before the world was overcome.
How exactly did that calamity come to pass? Did the Memoriates not triumph?
They did. They expunged the seeds of chaos and restored the peace, only to find themselves seduced by the darkness they had sealed. They spread the taint, transforming men into monsters, what you call void sent, and raised armies to wage new wars.
Not the first to be corrupted by power, nor the last.
And then the flood
Some
of
defied
darkness.
temptation and held fast to the light. My mother and I among them. For years and years we fought, but it was not enough. And when our strength was spent, our bulwarks broken, so too was the world.
The flood of darkness.
The stars faded from the heavens as a pall black as pitch enveloped creation. Darkness raged unchecked, rending the very walls of reality. I was cast into the rift, and there trapped for what felt like an eternity. Until I came upon a crack. Tiny, infinitesimal, but enough for me to squeeze through. And find my world changed beyond recognition. into the lightless waste you saw.
So that is how you were able to escape becoming a void scent in full.
I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. Were I like most others, I wouldn't have lasted a day before being devoured. We, the lost, are better equipped to survive in a lost world.
A lost world, you say? I wouldn't be so sure. The 13th is still there, is it not?
What are you getting at?
To explain requires that we initiate you into the truth of the source and its reflections. We warned that this will take a while.
You're still, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, or if I'm thinking what you're thinking, this is not going to be like what we did on the first.
Then, unlike the worlds that have been rejoined, mine still...
It still lingers.
The Oracle of Light prevented the first from being completely overcome. So the situation may not be completely identical to that of your 13th.
Except there was no one to stop said flood. We don't know if we can reverse that process.
But the fact remains that we were able to restore a measure of balance to a world brought to the brink of destruction. After which, some intrepid young souls succeeded in restoring life back to lands thought lost to light. Which gives me cause to hope the day may yet come when life springs forth anew in the 13th. Of course, these are only possibilities. I offer no guarantees. But having experienced what we have, I dare say we are more qualified than most to speak on the matter.
Wait, I don't understand. Why would you say these things? As if you mean to... But the sole reason you came to the Void was...
To find a dragon, aye. And in light of what we've seen, we'd be fools to strive for more. But we Scions, former Scions, begging your pardon, have a habit of not leaving well enough alone.
I mean, we flew to the edge of creation itself, the universe, and fought a literal embodiment of despair. I mean, I did. Everyone else prayed, but we did it.
And old habits die hard, don't they, my friend?
Nod.
Restoring the light would serve our efforts to find and free Ashdaya. There is no reason not to try.
Do as you will. I have no desire to save that world.
Be that as it may, we will have need of your power when next we face Void Scent.
You know how it works. If you want my help, you must pay my price. And now that you've drawn Golbez's attention, it's going to cost you more. A lot more. I will consider this a deposit.
Hey, your niceness is showing. Though our time in the void was short, yes, I agree, we managed to ascertain that my sister yet lives, and it cannot be overstated how fortunate we are to have Net Zero. But the greater blessing is nevertheless you, my friend, for your encouragement to embark upon my search anew, and your help in overcoming the challenges thus far. Nod. What the hell? There's a hectic guy running around. Oh shit. Kill it! It's a spy! Golbez and his minions will seek to stymie our efforts, of this we can be sure. But with you at my side, I am confident that we will succeed. That we will find and liberate my sister, and that we shall return home together. I will take the money. Meanwhile, elsewhere, back with the other two fiends. And Golbez.
First Scarmiglione, and now Barbariccia. Useless, the both of them.
'Twas no lie. They conspire with a Memoriat.
And their search for the dragon will lead them here. The war looms nigh. We cannot allow these interlopers to interfere.
If I may, my lord, I have a plan to eliminate them. In order to guarantee its success, however, I will require Cagnazzo's cooperation. Now there's sport to be had, then I'll play along. As much as I dislike following your lead, I have no patience for screaming.
Well and good to have confidence, but do not forget the cost of failure.
Rest assured, I will see the dream to fruition. Even should I be consumed by my own flames, I will pave the way for one and all.
Then I will trust in your oath and your plan.
We will give you cause to rejoice, my lord. This I vow. Ha ha! Some excitement for a change.
No sacrifice is too great. Even should my 4 archfiends be lost, I will not halt my steps.
Huh?
The prison of passivity is an obstacle to my cause, and so you must fall.
Who's that?
What irony that the blessed damned should set us free. As I swore so long ago. The gate lies open. At long last, my ambition shall be fulfilled!
What the hell is gonna happen next? Even realms long lost to dark may find in memory rebirth's spark. Into the light! Voidbound. I am taking that title. Boop. Save. Alright. To Charlia. Now that we've wrapped up the main scenario, on to the cooler stuff. Well, the slightly more cooler stuff. The raid into Pandemonium. I'm sorry, Frank. Frank is a cat my sister rescued. He's chilling with me. And I moved and I disturbed him from his slumber. Go back to sleep. Oh, and over here is where I do the sanctuary. Good to know. First things first, though. Minions. Line up Scarlamione. He is. He dropped in price, that's good. I mean, I'm gonna try and get him myself by doing the dungeon with people this time. But we'll see. Maybe I'll just buy him from the market board. On to doing the raid. On to doing the raid. With Themis and Hackle and La Habrea. Hey, Claudine. Oh. That's an evil looking eye. Oh my god. It's coming at me. Oh, by the way, thanks for the follow. Sorry I was dealing with an indecisive customer. Can I get, Psst, Patrick, order a Krabby Patty. Will that be for here to go? No, wait, no! Niren, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Cloudin, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course, my apologies, Niren. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning. With the crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing memories of a party yet unknown, they cried out for deliverance from pandemonium, where ancients kept volatile creatures under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power of devouring the facility. Witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of divine monstrosity wrought by mythic beasts and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess with combined the magical talents of your companions Themis and Eric. I'm just gonna call him Eric because there's no way I'm gonna pronounce Ericthonius so many times perfectly. So he's Eric for short from now on. Was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of pandemonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Indeed. Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memory stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. Oh. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith by tracing the matching etheric signature to its source. I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Niren grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rosinad, namely to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandemonium, where this all began. From all that we've heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in any case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask that you remain here and continue cataloging the ancients' creations. You can't mean, do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most effective use of resources, would it not? In fact, I've already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust that you take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Ta-ta! I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure, but progress is in sight. Professor Cloud intends to become blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I can't fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems to loathe to be overheard. Much as it only spoke to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for the crystal seems to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back with his usual self. As for you, Niren, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I do have a request of my own. Traveling Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There is something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation at Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything else about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of results. Brilliant. Delving into those records may shed light on the creatures Niren has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current stage of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake, as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Yeah, no problem. Oh, it's a girl Lollapel. I should have given that more feminine tone. I'll probably just forget again anyway. Alright, time traveling. Frank, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. I'm riding on a polar bear and no one can stop me. I'm riding on a polar bear and no one can stop me. just gonna get out of range of that aggro. Hey, Themis. Oh, right, what was his voice again? I did not expect you to... I did not expect to meet you here of all places. Yeah, Themis, I know. You seek the records of Pandemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should be not surprised that we both arrived to the same conclusion. Luckily, I saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. So you know each other, but I was dreading having to once again scour the archives. But perhaps instead I shall rest my spell. If nothing else, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Now should we, for I have undone the warning sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting a return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Eric's capacity to keep watch over Asphodeos while I'm away. He works diligently to master internment, and that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. Though it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask that you accompany me while I attend another matter. More idle suspicions that would like to have chased down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near Naos to Pandemonium. Whee! Oh, those are discontinued. Yay. I had 2,000 of those. As I pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. The Sparrows and Eric are two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looked to his father with bald hatred. Yeah, I remember that. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but right. He thinks I'm a familiar, something made up, and that's the lie we tell everybody. Understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in a larger picture of the star. The view is not unique to myself, but is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they all have been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling aside. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source, and pose my questions to a member of the words of La Habrea. My apologies. Actually, I'm gonna make him sound like Snape. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation into pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular I wish to know why exactly pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. Wait, it's under Elpis? The facility is overseen by the words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it would simply be a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archive was revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including some from the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel that Academia Anidir would be a more fitting locale. Why does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When it was first built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically grew at the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change. In fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? Oh. I know not what you are suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic, we recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Yeah, I got 3 people here who say, fuck that noise, no it's not. Really, are you certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course, our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful in my investigation. It will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warden's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than necessary. What a tool. All is well, a blatant lie, and to that we both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent the report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Eric, I keep almost saying his full name, but it's Eric. It's Eric. Eric Thonius. Eric. At the mercy of the machinations, let us hope no harm has befallen him. Oh, crud. What voice should I give him? Not quite. No, too gruff. I'll make him sound a little nicer. I traced these sigils countless times, and still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. Nah, now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? Oh, hey, it's one of those eyes from the Phoenix. There is something to be admired in such a single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allow this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as you forget to walk upon the earth? I know this creature. Familiar of the Phoenix. Phoenix. Phoenix? Phoenix? Phoenix. I'm gonna go with Phoenix. Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is. In spite of the trouble I went into freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form, if you must. But with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I've heard those words many times. The scalding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone. Not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That you still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last you move to keep up. Pity you remain behind nevertheless. Uh-oh. Eric. What? As ever you are, always fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. Oh, that would be automatic. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires lie more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. I'm gonna poke this thing in the eye. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer your child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his vein. 'Tis plain they are worthier subjects to contend with. I'm only gonna use that voice for the floating eyeball. I think it's just funny. But if that really is La Habrea, I got a voice for him. Just what was that familiar? Oh, just what was that familiar after? Hey, Eric. Thank you. If you had shown up a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. Is it La Habrea? Your dad? The guy who runs this place? The guy who I know? Is a complete asshole. Eric seems to have quite the story to tell. Perhaps we should lend him the ear. Mask of the Father. And so there could be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind the chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work, the complication and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You haven't met him, yes? Do you think he's capable of this? You don't want my opinion on that. Now, I know, I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. Alright, I'm back with water to parch my throat. See, I know from lore that there were two La Habreas. The original holder of the position before one took over before the Sundering. I still say it's too early to know for certain, because I know the one who replaced the old La Habrea. Everyone hated it because he was an asshole. I don't know if it's this La Habrea, though. It truly is a puzzle with many missing pieces. Still, I see you do not deny the outright possibility that La Habrea is a man with few scruples. That alone should be enough. Let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let his emotions stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course, I do not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes. I wouldn't deny the truth. Would not... Oh god, I can't speak. Even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excessive caution. La Habrea, or whoever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed, let us make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stand by Eric's side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Of course. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scale somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. Abyssos, the fifth circle, is now unlocked. Then let us... Sorry, Pandemonium's this way. Judging from the demeanor of that familiar, there is little doubt that our enemy has a tight grip on Pandemonium and its denizens. We will be vulnerable. Just what is La Habrea planning, and what role do I play in his schemes? Where is it? Duty Finder. Oh, there it is. Ooh, already going in. Alright, so what's the music gonna be like? Because I'm probably gonna be rocking out. Uh-oh. Oh, hell yeah. The world unsundered. Abyssos, the fifth circle. Oh, we're teleported into a cage. Mythic creation, Proto-Carbuncle. Okay, everyone's moving in. Or behind. Wait, oh. Oh, okay, it's a mirror. Must fade. Okay, they just explode, but I guess there's gotta be a universe for it. Hungry. Oh. I guess this is the safe zone. So hungry, must feed, must feast. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, he's angry. He's very angry. Oh, he's positively feral. Acidic slaver, what does that do? Everyone's going... Oh, cutscene. The restraints are breaking. Oh shit. Oh, he's eating shit. Ow. Mortal Kombat will feast upon lively blades, satiating its hunger. Or sating its hunger. Alright, I understand it now. Can I get SNED off? Okay, it's gone. It doesn't last long then. Stones. Okay, what do these do? Okay, that one blows up and those probably explode outward. Oh, those just fill the area with poison. He's starting there, going around, and in the middle. Okay. Okay, the big circle. health fell any lower, I'd steal aggro from the boss. Alright, not a bad first fight. That's 1 of 4. Back under lock and key. I'll give it to that person. Alright. Let's get the chest armor. Damn it. Okay, let's get the leg armor. Damn it. Let's get the helmet. Okay. Well, maybe I should have just skipped it and kept farming it again for the chest piece. Oops. Oh well. Better to walk away with something than nothing. Alright, if you guys can give me a minute before you... never mind. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Eric and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen seeing you dispatched as quickly as possible. Well, since it's not too familiar, but we know who's talking, I'm still going to give it the voice. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Oh, wait, he's revealing himself. Oh shit, it is La Habrea. Red masked holder. That's La Habrea's mask. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long. But I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. Oh, La Habrea. I'm all too familiar. Paragon. Oh, am I supposed to know who you are? Damn it. Which one do I pick? I should probably go with Paragon. But then again, he might not know. I'll come watch this cutscene later and do them all. I'm gonna pick La Habrea. La Habrea. Passively perceptive. Yes, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you are truly who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It's no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will get the same results. Oh, really? You want to try that with me, Burrow? I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Eric's wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Ericthonius. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Ericthonius, wait. There's a question I must needs ask first. If you are truly La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat are we? Ooh, he's testing him to see if he really is La Habrea. Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten as you are. Oh. Okay, slight spoiler. But there's a theory that Themis over here is undercover. His real name is Themis, but he's undercover as a member of the Convocation of 14, the role of Elidibus. If this La Habrea had possibly said Elidibus, he would have been telling the truth. But since he spoke his real name and not his title, which all Convocation members are to be called by, that acts as their name, not their true name. Which is why we're not calling him by his real name, we're calling him by his title, La Habrea. So this theory might be true. The La Habrea I knew took pride in the Convocation. It would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Fireball. Oh shit, La Habrea. What trouble have you gone into your... Oh my god, he did go undercover! Yo! Elidibus did go undercover, and we were right, that is Elidibus. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter, that's very sus. Did you happen to vent your way in? Now I'm calling an emergency discussion. Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. Who the fuck is this? What? Who? 'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. I'm gonna go back to that voice since he's not La Habrea. The Mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Oh. Is this the uncle? Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any word you may have hinges on what you so despise. On that which you so despise. Okay, he's talking. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Ericthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus. Oh, oh, so he's Hephaestus. Because there was a theory that La Habrea's real name was Hephaestus. So if he's Hephaestus, that may be swapped. And it is I whom you should call father. Huh? Huh? What? I mean, he looks like you, but I would assume you took after your mom and now your dad back there. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Not the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which I do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I know a thing. I had a feeling. I had a feeling that you were who you were. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please help him. Save him. Well. La Habrea. God, you are fucking tall, dude. I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company. Such a vexing composition of ether you possess. That's none of your business, asshole. Eric, I still don't understand. Elidibus. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azam and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak to you, my friend. Although neither Azam nor I had ever met you in the flesh, when you came with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world, a guiding star so similar to himself was out there amused Azam to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. So Azam did know I would come. Furthermore, I heard stories that Mistress Vanal, who held the position of Azam previously, journeyed with the familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. So this is sometime after I went to the past initially. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she places her absolute faith in you, I knew I'd be in capable hands. Although I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I really wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I know this is a small portion of the whole story, but that is enough for me to believe that you would never lead me astray. A want to tell you that. Ah, Themis. I mean, Elidibus. I like you too, dude. I admit my own grasp on what just occurred was tenuous. Doubtless La Habrea can elucidate matters for us. You say anything different? Nope. Eric, how do you feel? Keyword's jail. Yeah, the Carbuncle's boss 1. Who's boss 2? And the mysterious boss 4. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke La Habrea, and truth be told, I hope we would never meet again. But now I see that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea? And why is he the spinning image of your younger self? I'm sorry, what? Did he just get paler when what? Did he get Michael Jackson? I find it hard to believe you only just found out of being with such wreaking havoc. I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azim and Elizabeth had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation, for a time that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operation were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childless in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one complication, not without good reason at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. Oh, so that is his real name. Ah. Because in Greek mythology, Hephaestus and Athena were to be wed, and even have a child, but shenanigans happened. I cannot fault him for that, as he is my other half in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? Well, now that we're out here, his skin does kind of darken a bit. And I guess from old age, his hair do gray from the red. His words were but ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. Way to dodge the question. Now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster onto our star. As chief keyword of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. Whoa. What? You will leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet as you can see by Erechthonius' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azim and I have grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. We have? I mean, you have? That's precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. So it's the only way I could to truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring. No matter the cost, your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You spared nary a thought aught for yourself. You did your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Niran has stood against. Hi. Niran, is it a being of such ether as I have never seen? What are you? Kicker of ass, taker of names, lover of all women tall. He is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Niran. As outsiders we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. La Habrea can't be trusted. What was that you said about being an emissary? That's brilliant! Elizabeth the emissary may speak on our behalf. Should he judge our approach the more sound, even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. Sorry, I was wiping my glasses. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. I agree. I know you'll do the right thing, Elidibus. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits in both destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Niran's might and Erechthonius' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Niran, come find me when you're finished. Erechthonius is understandably frustrated, but we are to conquer Abyssos. We must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that that their weight might be lightened. That's what I do best. Psst, 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 psst. Ah, Brea. You're a dick. You're a big asshole, you know that? You've done all you can with words, only your actions can convince me now. Oh, they will, buddy. And, thousands of years from now, they will again, when I firmly put my foot up your ass more than once. Despite recent developments, our plans remain unchanged. Pray call me Themis for the time being. To put us all in the correct mindset, in fact, I may be coming to prefer that name. Which makes me wonder, what's your real name, Elidibus? Oh god, Eric, why'd you have to go so far? Oh, I gotta lay down. And Frank, you're on the cord for my headset. Thank you. Frank the cat, ladies and gentlemen. is a big old pain in my butt. You do have my gratitude, ill fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When we first realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other key wards did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen to escape, they remained to aid their allies. I am certain not a soul among them would wish to see the facility erased from this world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And beside, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold, secrets that would be buried if pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover them, the truth behind the words, the truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It's almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know what befell her. What do you think, Niran? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the lives of others, or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? I'm gonna be a little honest with you. He wants to use my ally as a vessel for his own gains. What possessed him to do that? Even for La Habrea, such an act would be a black mark against him, even if it were made known. Can't imagine how much your ally suffered. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Niran. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I am loath to admit it, you would know more about those depths than any of us. And seeing how we require every advantage we can afford... Niran, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help you at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. And rooting back I go in the wrong direction. La Habrea. Aristonius appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azim. Your unusual aether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I've ever seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. I think that would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azim never ceases to surprise. Ha! The previous Azim was much the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azim's nature is its tendency to infect all those he comes in contact with. MSL said much the same. Trust I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it? Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keyword's reach is far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they've been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus... I know it says Hephaestus. I'm just gonna say asbestos. Hephaestus would never allow you to say past. He has left a trial for you yet to overcome. I speak of him again on the keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her, still there is something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would dare say that's because she's already been twisted into a Prometheus, doubtless against her will. Near and Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find the means of undoing the damage. Your allies make you bold, Erechthonius. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. God, these two just fucking glare at each other a lot. It's like father, like son. Agenome was a pro woman of reason and logic. She would never be swayed by Hephaestus' wretched schemes. She was not made to suffer over much. Let's not change the strategy that has served us well thus far. Bring Agenome to heel Niran, and Ekathonius and I shall inter her when the time is right. Now we prove our strength. Only then can we free the other warders and unveil the truth hidden in pandemonium shadows. To the sixth circle. Oh, there's always one DPS who's not paying attention or walked away. There we go. Ooh. Abyssos, the sixth circle. Well, there she is. Ooh. Prometheus, Agenome. Ooh, we got lyrics this time. Be swept away in a flood of ether. Oh, oh. Woo! Ah, damn it, I got So this is where the lyric version came from in the trailer. Oh shit, she's doing it again. Rot from the inside out. Oh, they got goop on them. Oh. What happens? Oh, face away. Got it. A colossal parasite attaches itself to you! Oh man, okay. Stacks those combination attacks, got it. Oh, she's rotating. You cannot measure against the keyboard. We'll see about that. Yeah, I'm gonna go stand in a circle with them. Okay, so moves them. Material exchange. Okay, so she swaps something. Why? Who almost screwed up? Oh, Jesus. Oh no. Oh. got her switchy round stuff stance back on. Really? You stole it from the Dragoons? Dancer man. Stole it from Dragoons, who always get melee dips first. Whew. Oh yeah, the broskies. The guy is naked. Why is it always my stream? I get the weird ones. Alright. Let's roll for that head. Alright. Got it. Uh-oh, I think I might sneeze. Never mind. False alarm. I could sense from here that Hagenemine had been contained. The effect of asbestos tinkering is even more dire than I had imagined. As to be expected, Erechthonius appears quite pleased with our victory. We've won! The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Havre can't deny us now. I'm denying you guys now. Alright, on to number 3. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemony, or is it hegemony? I'm just gonna keep saying hegemony, has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Good. Moreover, this being, Aether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue Prometheus, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond pandemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, I hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. Come on, dude, don't let it get to you. Talk back. So long as we do, fuck, I just screwed that up royally twice in a row. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Niran and Themis has taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it's that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. Oh, I'm sorry, Brooke. If you want, are you still working, or did you go home? And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies closed to us. And tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains, that's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I am aware that destroying pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in pandemonium again. You are capable. That much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Ericthonius. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Oh. Sorry, I was reading that as him. As Ericthonius, not La Habrea. Please, such bobs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss. And you would call me a fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition, for the sake of the star, no doubt. I can hear it again, that voice inside my head. Eric, I know who to follow. Hephaestus, father. Mother, oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not, Ericthonius. Who's saying that? Apologies, you taught me to a calm heart stays the course, but not he do be angry, and now he be possessed. But I could not even grasp the rudder. Well, no, I think the voice is the voice of his mother telling him not to, be a dumbass. Like he's being right now. And leaving me stuck with his asshole of a dad. Don't leave me alone with him. Oh, I meant to talk to La Habrea. I thought the quest was above Themis' head. Oops. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Ericthonius, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he lays eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. So it was a matter of time until it spilled forth. And that was all when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Ericthonius himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other key wards had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magic fed his ambition and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? Actually, yeah, I heard a voice. Sounded nice. And sweet, like a mom. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Aristonius, but whom? Could it be even one of the key wards? Alas, the warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Aristonius past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could not but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. Where's my water? Itchy nose, where's my water? Oh crap, where's my water? Oh, I lost my water. Where'd it go? There it is. Hold on. There is yet time to save him. We can easily regain control of a bit, thus giving us a firm foothold from which to break Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Aristonius is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus. Ow, Frank, thank you for sticking your claws in my arm. Hephaestus' spell, however, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray tell us what you know of what we shall find beyond the Abyssos. You can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartaros, and your passage shall not be challenged only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving past the threshold. That, I suspect, is where Niran shall shine. His dissolute ether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw when Hephaestus has had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Yeah. The time is of the essence. Hephaestus will already be well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed, however, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. Oh, go on. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Aristonius. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Aristonius' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is an anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel it in still greater pain. So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child? How dare you? Oh, I have words that I would love to say to you. Unkind, unflattering words. You're lucky that this is the most I can do. No, you're right. The blame for Acthonius' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall labor at the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. Good, agreed. Oh. I thought that was Athena for a sec. The remaining keyword is Adistis. She served in Pandemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless among even the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your aether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Aegisthus. Agdistis. I got that reversed. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with the ground on which to fight the phantom allies to aid you. As for the interment, I get to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemony. She has been transfigured into such barely a scantling of herself remains. Can't but take mercy. Can't comfort in what mercy the underworld will be to her. Very well. I will strike her down. Let's go. The seventh circle. Oops. Oh, holy shit. Oh, holy shit. So that's what she's been turned. Hemethios. Agdistis. She's been turned into a tree. Ooh, we're kind of close. I don't want to accidentally activate the battle. Ooh, she's got little floaty dudes. Gonna up the BTM just a bit. And I believe that you shall become mine. I am Agdistis, yes. This is my vessel. I have been gifted with test subjects. Ah! Oh, never mind. She means to send you plummeting into the abyss. Allow me to summon your land. Oh, that was Themis talking. Perhaps you require more room for heroics. divergences of either beware that may what may spawn. Yeah, I might have to turn this on. Twisted light bombs are worth for that. Ooh, and they're just melting. Uh-oh. Okay, what do these ones do? Okay, the birds. Lead me to my research and become one. But you must move gently. Come on, dude. Ah! Ow. Ow. Note to self. Follow that white mage. Okay, what do these guys do? Oh. Killing those structures, I shall do my best to keep the rage. Ugh. Only two this time, huh? The birds. Oh, yeah, okay, we dodged them immediately. Oh no, no we didn't. Ah. I will eat this bullshit attack. Oh! Uh-oh. Someone's about to die. Blam. I'm not looking forward to attempting this on Savage, but I will. Oh, someone ran right off. Sorry if I'm not talking much, I'm just focusing on the fight. I've died too many times. I get to see the mysterious fourth boss. Come on! Oof! I take no joy in slaying this tree lady. Her bite was worse than her bark. I shall now go for the gloves. I'm gonna give it to the healer, who rests me a lot. Come on. Roll the gloves. Well, I'm not going to be able to get the chest piece, so I'll pass on that. I'll pass on the legs. There, that'll narrow it down. And I don't need the head anymore, so pass on that. God damn it. There. Who the hell rolls a 99 and then doesn't announce it? I didn't want the rings anyway, but whatever. Spoosh. Mental gen. The moment Agdistis was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. The space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a keyword would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo, it's a trap. Oh. Agdistis. If only I could restore Tartarus to order, but I'm afraid this is the most I can manage with such powers as remains to me. It's been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, keyword Agdistis. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestos' spells, even diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus I am able to appear before you now. Even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands, some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. Oh, that must have been her voice. The report, that was you. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There's something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. It is the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erythenius. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No, the masked marksman is La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erythenius. My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erythenius believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools to be used and discarded. Oh shit! La Habrea's wife was an asshole? Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the truth fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will be unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadows. So Athena planned something nefarious with Erechthenios, and La Maria struck her down to save his son. Erechthenios loved his mother more than life sorry, wrong voice. Erechthenios loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habria's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's greatest dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Erechthonius, I hope. Thank you, Agdistus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final key ward has fallen. We shall return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Indeed. I'll kick his ass. It was Erechthonius' hatred of his father that caused him to fall victim to Hephaestus' magics, yet the roots of the hatred were born from a son's love. Love nurtured not by a mother caring for her offspring, but by a researcher creating the ideal test subject. Pandemonium abounds with demons indeed. Indeed. Damn, dude. I take back some things I say about you. You're still an asshole. Agdistus was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still full glad I am that she faced you as her last opponent. Couldn't think none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. Yeah, give me this materia. Okay, this is the last boss, whoever it is. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. Now I see why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erechthonius could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemethoi. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erechthonius to safety, in accordance with Agdistus' last wish. Very well. I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartaros, where Athena built her testing compound. You can assume Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. And I'll put the foot up his ass. La Habrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Neron's phantom warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. No, I'm good with that. I'll cut his head off. Is there a lot of reading in this? Yeah, because they can't afford to voice every single cutscene. Only important cutscenes get voiced. That's not to say that there isn't a lot of voicing. There's a lot of voicing. But like they'd have to find voice actors for everyone, and hearing certain voices would blow the cover of Themis, because we know his voice as Elidibus, and Elidibus' voice actor would have to return as Themis because he is the same character. So it also hides the identity and lets us theorize, but they would have to give voices to so many people. Some to even read minor lines that pop up once and never again. I take it then you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Phaistos bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand has he become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see the events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Agreed. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Here we go. The 8th circle. What boss awaits me within? What foe will I face? Will it be Aristonius? Will it be Athena? In some resurrected manner? Will it be Hephaestus himself in some twisted demonic form? What will be the minion that drops from this that everyone fights for? What will this fight hold, and what music shall totally rock the socks off? I'll leave it at 80. I wonder if I can talk to Themis while he's concentrating. The end is in sight. Return to me safely, my friend. If Hephaestus truly means to continue Athena's research, then Aristonius is indispensable to his goals. He is safe, but for how much longer I cannot say. Alright, well, I'm gonna walk in this direction since I'm gonna wait for other people to show up. Speaking of which, what's Party Finder up to? Not much. But the bunnery is open again. There we go. What are those? And there's... Oh, this is Hephaestus and Aristonius.
Erechthonius is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Whoa. Perfect imperfection. Hephaestus. Ooh, new music. Oh, cool. Lahabria's ore is red. That's cool.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From fulgent flame my servants rise.
He's got a dragon.
Out of my sight!
Oh!
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
And the phoenix.
Let's seep sorrow into your heart. I tire of this farce.
Okay, so the dragon's in the middle and the phoenix is, Ooh, bleed. But okay.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
I'm sorry.
You are prey to be consumed.
Okay. Oh, shit, now it's gonna get your attention too, buddy. So he's mixed himself in with other stuff.
In flame's embrace.
Oh.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Okay, now there are dragons in there.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let's seep sorrow into your heart.
My nose is itching. Bad time to itch. Okay, he's bringing out the dragons again. I saw them. Uh-oh.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
That's you! That's you! Ooh. Alright, what's this do?
You will know my rage.
Oh, that's what it do. Oh. Okay, that's what it does. That's what he do.
Sear flesh from bone.
Oh, like, look at those. Whoa. Get off me, people. Get off me. I'm the tank. I get to call the safety
Leave
spots.
naught but ash in your wake.
Oh, it's a dragon.
A fitting death.
Oh. I'm gonna hologram that. Give our healer a break.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You are prey to be consumed.
Oh. Woo! Ugh, God, that hurts a lot.
Perish
Better than the
in
tree was.
flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. From fulgent flame my servants rise. I tire of this farce.
Almost there. 26%.
I shall see my wish fulfilled. You will know my rage. Who praying before a god? Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let seep sorrow into your heart. From fulgent flame my servants rise. I tire of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. to be consumed.
Or don't limit break. Oh, I hate when they do that. Like, he's almost dead, just do it. Oh, now you do it. With the highest chance of you dying. Gaze into the abyss. Hooray! Complete. Oh, I didn't notice that there's little La Habrea symbols on the floor. What's the minion? I'll wind up Eric. He'll get them all out. He must. Alright. Need. Pass. 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 I swear someone beats my 93. Yes! Come on, RNG gods, you gave me a 93, now give me a 99. Yes! I did get a 99. Suck my dick. Jump on his corpse. I got a 99. I gotta brag to my FC. I'm probably gonna sneeze again, hold on. Ay, goodness gracious. The chain of events that led to this moment began with my era, and... Without a mercy I confined you here. Now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This... Oh wait, hold on. I know he has a displayed voice, but I still like the voice I give. This is not over. Fire. I see you will not go peacefully. I'm probably gonna sneeze again. Even a Gustav will uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. Dutch shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Ericthonius' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Ericthonius... he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What weakness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erythinios beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide the star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I will not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You who are not but bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, no, how do I? Hearken to your heart. I gotta blow my nose. I hear you, and owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever, in La Habrea, I will have my say. How? What is mine was mine. I can't explain. Niren's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. How? When did you master these bonds? When did you master these bonds? Well, we've been turned much worse. That's my boy. I'm gonna give him a hand. You worthless. You. Ah! Hey, it's La Habrea's memory crystal. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. Did well, son. Daddy's proud. Where are we? I don't know, I'm gonna look around real quick. Like, what is with these helixes chained up? With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Erythonius to above. That he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understand his adeptness in the art of internment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving praise nonetheless. Truth imperfect. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing, it would appear your body is none the worse for wear. Hello, I'm here too. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? I see. Despite his muddled sense, Ericthonius felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. Wasn't so noble as that. I knew something, only knew something had to be done, so I acted. Now my nose is stuffed because of all the sneezing, because of allergies. La Brea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed, he was not but parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away. A mass of ether without material vessels, storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time's come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. Want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the wards of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was that it was not unheard that she could forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though, we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, and we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations were not meant to surpass. We were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As the leader of the wards of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. Excuse me. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Oh yeah, everywhere. On the desks, in the halls, everywhere. Just so, I believe she bore true affection for me, and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandemonium was built, she requested to lead the researchers. I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, giving her Pandemonium also gave her free rein to conduct whatever experiment she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Aegisthus to keep watch from Tartarus' vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes. are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. So they're hiding her face. A quick hand wave while we couldn't make her face. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and cease this forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Ericthonius, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. And would meet my end at the hands of none other. But ere my time has come, and you will have to know the why of it, then you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. I'm amazed he grew eyebrows. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of an entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware, but did you not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child? You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know what something. Impossible. You bonded your souls? Aye, that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment my mind was a storm of questions, and yet one roared the loudest. Why? Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. Can you feel it? Now, Mr. Krabs. My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seeds of a desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fever. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. Twas my weakness that I let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that it was. I will live only as La Habrea. Thus did I forsake part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues at the convocation. Igorum and Elmixelk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Do you think that one day you'll make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played in my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should, yet in truth he was nothing but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all that, he and I were alike, yet we shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to the other's perspective. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? He does. Yes, and now it's your turn to do the same. I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me, even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw after all. I'm still not convinced. I've said all that I can say, and now it is for you to choose to believe me, or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano in place of my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. What quest accepted? I have said all that needs to be said from this moment forward. I pledge my heart shall not lead me astray. Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna stab him in the fucking back. Hephaestus was far more than an imitation of La Habrea. He was quite literally part of him. But La Habrea, to me, is a man who thinks not but his duty. By casting aside the burden that Hephaestus represented, he shall become even more himself in that way. I've heard enough. There's more I would discuss, but if we should first return to Pandemonium's gates, I'll gather my thoughts on the way. But we're not done here. Rule of 3. There's one more part to this place. One more threat that remains unseen. complete control of the facility, but it shall take some time yet until things are in working order again. Athena viewed Ericthonius as an ideal test subject. Crystal's research must have been very nearly complete to seek him out like he did. I owe you an apology, Niren. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, then I would have never known La Habra's story. My father's story. You're welcome, dude. 'Twas a tale I was too fascinated to hear. I look very much toward speaking with Azam upon my return. I can't help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. As long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartos, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered to the key to Festus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another. I may have my own crystal, that led me here. While imbuing a crystal with memories, it is a simple process, and storing a message, a warning even, will be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Azam was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known? Even now, no threat remains. Perhaps it is one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure and we shall share results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or if you are so inclined, take a much needed repose. This talk of journey smacks of Azam. As well it should. He has pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, might you bring the crystal of yours to La Habrea? He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. Until then. Look forward to you returning with the crystal, but worry not, I shall try my level best to stave off loneliness while you're gone. As you may have noticed during our battle, La Habrea's mask crowns me when I transformed. It is said that we manifest in a way that reflects our innermost selves. I had thought that a mask was similar to change bound to my heart, but recent events caused me to consider my assumption. The crystal that hangs from Ericthonius' waist was a gift from me, made in hopes that would spark growth in his aptitude for magic. This blade he no longer requires it, but I see no reason he cannot wear it for a while longer. So that explains the crystal. Time travel, go! Guys, I'm back from my trip to the past. Why, if it isn't near, and excuse me if I'm not my usual tripper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Cloud and commission for his search was lost some time ago, and now we've lost track of where he might be. Uh-oh. And to make matters worse, Namiji has sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Atheoscope. Please. It's the fucking telescope. Please come with me. Gasped. It's pandemonium. But how? Pandemonium's not supposed to exist here. What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Oh, Fortunald. And you too, Professor Clodding's assistant, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. How the hell is pandemonium here? Now! While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The Professor's last messages indicated that he was on his way to Asla, but we know not whether he even reached his destination. Rash endeavor even for Claudian, but he has never allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Discard's aids in searching for him. As for that unsightly forge that was materialized in the ethereal sea, pandemonium was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled as to minimize panic. We'll gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Hell yeah, Fortunal, to ask me for anything. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll apprise the forum of what has occurred here. This might have something to do with Athena. Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We're left with few scarce straws to grasp at. I am but a lowly assistant. Even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomena may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination has failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spire's justice. I can only wonder if the facility itself traversed the ages, if the creations within do the same, or if the key wards. These answers to these questions shall come in time. About another 6 months or so. I'm sure, for now, I must do as Master Potionold asks and write a report. As for you, Niran, I pray you get rest as your responsibilities will allow. When we next call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. I'll take some quick time. Alright, give me that little teaser. Oh, I guess that's it. Ooh, which means it's gonna leave the whole thing a whole mystery as to why. Alright, on to the goods. He'll get them all now. He must. This mammoth depiction of Ericthonius, a warder of pandemonium, was crafted in secret by a colleague impressed with his unyielding sense of duty. When one's workplace is overrun by the most violent manifestations of creation magic, clutching tight to such a doll must keep the spark of hope alive. I'll save them. I must, Ericthonius. Alright, is it daytime out there? Yes, it is. I want to see what it does, and then I'll end the stream. Look at him! Look at him! Look at him, he's so grumpy. Alright, time to make him do stuff. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Oh, he does a little ceiling animation. Oh, maybe not with this one. Here, eat, little one. And now you do your animation. He does the seal. That's so adorable. I'm keeping you out. People be like, ooh, having Dominion out spoilers. Suck my perfect dick. I earned it. I'm gonna show it off. Okay, let's see. I've done the main scenario, I've done the raid. All that's left is... I teleported to the wrong place. All that's left is... the island. Oh, actually, also... Asher Framer's kit, Crimson Framer's kit, painted a slick shooter red, this miniature monkey now has a scale repelled. It's a minion. And this? We can mount this time? Ah, I gotta reach 25 though. What's this? Ballroom etiquette taking sides. I'll do PvP on my own time because I hate PvP. I mean, it's not bad, but... Oh, right, the island. Also, let me, well, I'll lower the volume in a sec. Dun, 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 dun. The power of the PS4. Look at all that processing speed. Oh, there goes one of my FC mates. Hold on, I need to harass them. Oh, that's too low. FFXIV. No. They teleported away. Oh, they're over here. Seeking sanctuary. Employed by Tataru's boutique, inexplicably does not recognize you. Good day to you, my fine fellow. Come to see Tataru's boutique in the flesh, no doubt. Might I interest you in one of our world-famous silk socks? They're so comfortable you don't even realize you're wearing them. Yeah, no, I'm not interested. Where is Tataru, by the way? What's that? You're an acquaintance of the proprietors? Yes. Heavens, you're the Niren? Mr. Tataru told me all about you. Come to think of it, I was to inform her immediately if you happen to stop by. Please wait just a moment, I'll go fetch her immediately. Good on you, bud. I'm gonna quickly do this and then wrap up the stream. It's getting late. There you are, Niren. Tataru. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Business is booming and I can hardly keep up. Not that I'm complaining. My connections across the star are already paying dividends. Always with the money. But I'm sure you're wondering why I wish to speak with you. Yes. I have a surprise for you. A gift, in fact. A gorgeous, exclusive, and above all, properly registered Island Sanctuary. What? Oh, why is it gonna rain in-game? You heard that right. I, Tataru, am presenting you with your very own island. I know you will be quite tempted to demur with, "Are you certain?" or "You're far too kind." Quite certain, and yes, I know, but I hope you can accept this gift in the spirit of friendship. I have seen the weight of the burdens you carry firsthand, after all. I mean, I did save the world several times over. You rose to become the champion of Eorza, and now a hero known across the star and beyond, which leaves very few places where you might be free of duty and expectation. As I considered where you might find such an oasis, an idea washed over me like an oncoming tide. The sea! In an island paradise with naught but the serenity of nature from moms. Even you should feel free to relax. I have a house, Tataru. So what do you say? Yes? 1,000 times yes? It's as though you read my mind. What are we waiting for? Toss me the hold and set sail. It's good to know that we're of the same mind. Truly, there is no time like the present to be on our way. We make for Morbay dry docks. Look for Baldin, the skipper near the Aetheryte. He should be expecting us. Oh, it's got its own little thing too. Come on, Eric. We got places to be. Everyone here gathered around. Oh, they're forming a line. That suckers. Irinari, the little mistress told me to expect you. She said you'd be along shortly yourself, but speak of the devil. Nice outfit, Tataru. Here, and I thought I'd dress light for our voyage, given the notorious humidity of the Southern Isles. I trust everything is in order, Baldin. Just give me an order when you're ready to set sail. Ain't nothing to fear where we're going. Not since any marauder with an ounce of sense and among up the axe. This whole island sanctuary business came from the Admiral, reckoning we'd do something now that piracy's off the table, matter of fact. Just look at me, a bloody stand-up citizen ferrying folks around. Any road, if you're packed in life for an adventure of this sort, you do realize you're responsible for bringing your own tools and supplies. Not to worry, but procure everything there. What now? How the hell do you plan on doing that? Oh, I have a little something in mind. Let's just say the idea was good enough to land us our permit. Is that so? Well, best of luck to you both. I'm sure you're just itching to see your new domain, so I'll fill you in on all the juicy details once we arrive. Make your preparations. We'll leave port the moment you give the word. I'll be waiting for you on the ferry. Aye. Island Sanctuary is now accessible. Well, then let's go check it out. Ahoy there, lad. Where can I take ye? Travel to my island. Travel to your island? Yes. Near and look towards the horizon. Beautiful, isn't it? Chocobos and sheep. And a black sheep. Forgot what they're called again. Pisces. Ah, there's nothing like a sea voyage to rekindle the adventuring spirit. So, what do you think? This untamed isle is yours to cultivate as you see fit. Or not, as it were. If nothing else, think of it as your personal hideaway. A not-so-secret one. Island Sanctuary. And it's raining. Okay. Insufficient armory space. Okay, how about this one? Insufficient armory space. Why? What's full? Oops. Okay, so I can switch to that one. But not that one. Or that one. Whatever. Alright, the new emotes. Rain check. And the umbrella dance. That nice. The refreshing caress of the wind, the soothing whisper of the waves. How liberating, I admit. I've been looking forward to journeying you with she's been looking forward to coming here. Now this may come as a bit of a surprise, but the isle was once commanded by a band of pirates and used as a supply base. Fortunately for us, the group disbanded years ago, and the isle has since largely returned to its natural state. As you know all too well, Merwin's never been one to sit around idly. She's had her eyes on the Citadels, formulating plans for the island settlements for years now. Now that a sense of peace has returned throughout the realm, she finally decided to put those plans in motion. Chosen few have been permitted to become keepers of the private islands in this vast archipelago, and you're one of them. My industrious idea of procuring all materials needed to settle here locally struck a chord with the Admiral when she read my proposal, so much so that she was happy to grant me a deed. It's not exactly a one-man job. Not to worry, I have arranged for ample assistance. I shall happily introduce you in just a moment, but you'll need to follow me towards a charming little clearing I've designated as your base of operations. If we simply clamber up the slope and proceed along the path, we should soon bump into... well, you'll see. Hey, where's my umbrella? There we go. Oh, right, because I have an accessory out. I can't have a minion out. A mammoth. Or in this case, a felicitous furball. Allow me to introduce to this felicitous furball, the leader of your team of helpers. Well, if it isn't the owner himself, it shall be my pleasure to advise you whether you desire it or not. Oh yes, I think we'll get along just fine. In addition to our feline friend here, I took the liberty of preparing a variety of other mammoths to assist with the construction and development of the Isle. You'll be pleased to know that they are the latest and greatest models developed by one of the most brilliant minds in Charlian. I heard that a professor of the study was searching for a means to make use of his advanced I'm just going to say automaton instead of automata. To make a long story short, I made him an offer he couldn't refuse, and managed to acquire all of them for the unbeatable price of free. Oh my god, how much did you blackmail the man? Free how, Tataru? As I understand, the mammoths were produced in secret whilst the forum formulated plans for mass exodus. You blackmailed him, intended to be used as laborers on distant stars to help in constructing a new home for the people of Aetheris. It seems all the reason for their existence vanished when the threat of our star was erased. As you can imagine, the professor was quite conflicted over what to do with the remains of what may have well been his life's work. After some negotiation, I convinced him to entrust them to us, on the condition we share the data retrieved from the development on the Isle. Further, while I know it sounds like an ordeal and I have to procure all necessities from the land itself, there's ample practical justification for such experimentation. See, the Admiral's vision is from people from all walks of life to have access to these island sanctuaries, and my idea just might be the most effective way to accomplish that. If one has the capital at hand to purchase the materials and equipment needed for such a bold endeavor, it's simply a matter to subsist safely and comfortably in a remote location, but that limits potential outkeeps to a paltry few. But of those without such funds, who would simply wish to enjoy nature and live off the land? We must provide that such feat is possible and assist in proving those would-be outkeeps with the knowledge that they need to succeed. Too much talking, Tataru, too much talking. Only then will the islands truly be sanctuaries. Neat. Fret not, Mistress Tataru, with authentic Charlian ingenuity and know-how at my claw tips. The simple-minded individual, excuse me, despite the enhancements in vocal organ design, the mechanism still gets stuck from time to time. Goodness, that's a relief. I should have leave you to properly get acquainted. I'll return to see the fruits of your partnership when they're ripe for the picking. For now, enjoy your own personal paradise. Cultivate the land and explore. The choice is yours. Yes, welcome to the island. Give the word when you're finished ogling your surroundings. I prefer to get on with the sordid business sooner than later. I should very much like to discuss the matter of my payment. Huh? You may now visit Island Sanctuary, a party member, free company member, or friend who has unlocked the feature by speaking with Voidin in the Morbid Dry Docks. You'll be unable to visit Island Sanctuary if the owner has forbidden access to their island. There is no one on the island in question, or if the isle in question has already reached its maximum capacity. Furthermore, you must be an acquaintance's homeworld if you wish to visit their island sanctuary. You may invite party members, free company members, and friends to visit your island sanctuary once it has reached a sufficient stage of development. So this is just like Animal Crossing. Welcome to your new home in the Southern Seas, your own personal island sanctuary. Explore the wilds, build landmarks, grow crops, tend to animals, and enjoy everything this slice of paradise has to offer. No class/job restrictions. Adventurers of all inclinations can enjoy the island sanctuary life, regardless of crafting or gathering experience. Come as you are. Accumulate island experience by engaging in activities on your island to increase your sanctuary rank. As your sanctuary rank increases, so too will the passage to the island life be available to you. Realize visions for your newfound sanctuary by following a series of simple steps, and life on your island will be nothing short of perfect before you know it. I understand what I must do. Close. Alrighty then. Unfortunately, it's raining, and that sucks. I'll call it here for now. I've pretty much done everything I can do with the new, oh, not everything. There is one more thing I have to do in Old Charlia. I can't unlock Savage, which is the harder difficulty for the raid. That comes a week later. This gives people time to prepare for it. So next week, Tuesday, I believe the Savage will be out. But the Extreme Trial, that I need to unlock. And there he is. Greetings, my friend. If you have a tale to share, the minstrel is all ears. I shall talk to you about Barbaricia. Good gods, a battle in the void. You certainly wasted no time seeking out newfound adventure. By all means, regale me with the thrilling details. Okay, so while we're in the void, this bitch with the big sword showed up. She got the power of the wind, long hair, and then she got buff. A world without death, where the strong devour the weak, and a woman's touched by darkness, who possesses the power to seal void scent. Fascinating stuff indeed. But this archfiend Barbaricia is cruel as she is ravishing. Though she is fearsome enough by her own account, I cannot help but wonder, what if she had devoured more of the great worm's ether? How terribly bright might her soul have shone then? Yes, they come to me, the beginnings of a new verse. Pray listen, if you will. In armor black from shadowed lair, the knight with steely voice declared, a dragon's freedom he did steal, victory in his crusade to seal. Wind made flesh the archfiend fair, her pride her long and lustrous hair. On dragon's soul she feasted well, and tempest free to toll the knell. Fighting to devour, devouring to fight. Should day come when this wheel is broken, would a void scent greet her end with a wail of anguish? Would she heave a sigh of relief? Whichever it might be, 'tis ironic to think a soul who had sought freedom and for so long should end up being imprisoned in cold crystal. Thus I would sing of that final battle, for in the lightless world, 'tis in such a moment, I believe, that their lives shine the brightest. Bung! Alrighty. I'm gonna call it here for the stream. Gonna take a nice little seat right here, overlooking the ocean. It's been a long night. Good night.